Wow, it's me!
Teacher's pet.
How are we? How are we doing? How is everyone?
Oh, Breezy, congrats on being Breezy. Oh, Baki, congrats on being first. I'm not used to Breezy getting claimed before first. How's everyone doing? Hi, hi. Hi, Breezy. Hi, Katie. Hi, Freya. Hi. Who else is who else has been in chat? Never mind, I'm not allowed to scroll my chat. God forbid we do anything. Hi. Well, I assume Baki is here given he claimed first. How are we doing? It's my streamiversary. I know there's some way I can put hats and stuff on this model. I didn't think to work that out. I maybe should have hit drag off about that. Yeah, I can give. Oh, I should give a shout out. I'm shouting out Drago Twitch. Like, that's going to be helpful for it getting commissions. But we do it regardless. For making 3-dimensional. Giving me more personality. Huzzah! Hi. But yeah, okay. One of the things is, I didn't think of tears ahead of time. Right? It made my hair so swishy. But yeah, I didn't think of tier names ahead of time, so if anyone's like, oh, I have a great idea for what we're calling the before we start, and I have notes for the names of like half of these because God forbid I remember anything.
Let's get funky!
Okay, funky. Hi, Dusky. I love how I say that and then have to check that it is in fact Dusky. Some of y'all have me so well trained. It's cruel. Your button. Hell yeah. Oh, by the way, is music okay? Music's not like killing me or anything. Dang. Usually I'm having to ask that thing if it's going to blow me for the price it's costing. And yet here it's the one getting off, huh? Yeah, go off, gang. Did you see your wife? That's one of those things that I should ask more when Breezy's going about. If it's time for Breezy to go visit a wife. Okay, so I'm guessing we don't have any tier names. Right. Alright, oh, Breezy, I was asking if you went to visit one of your wives. Like a bridge or a roller coaster. Or if it was just naring. Or what? God forbid. The Alright. So starting off we have Happy and No Q session. This one is about a guy who has a slug enter his home and it grows into a tentacle. and it forms a polycule. It's a polycule between him, the tentacle, and his god. Hashtag my slug. I love that for them. Ice Orange. Yeah, I love that for them. I like how active of a partner Wiggle Michi is. I think that's really important to the story. Is Wiggle Michi is a very active partner and is also literate. Huge salt-free household, yeah. We're not allowed salt in this household anymore on account of our tiny boyfriend. Okay, this one I am interested because we played this one on stream. So I want to hear what chat has to say on it. Yeah, please check this out. Please check this out if you are all interested in the slug polycule. I also like that at the end they're not like, oh, we're together now. We don't need the slug anymore. No, that slug is still part of this relationship as far as. It is. Hold on, I'll type it in chat so you can get it. And no Q. Hashtag hours. Okay. To put my the. Was it to put your childhood sweetheart in the refrigerator? We played this on stream. This is a short game. We played this before. Well, in between. Forgive my sins and desires, Father. Hi, Strel. How are you doing? How have you been? I was debating if this one made the BL list, but he is referred to as sweetheart, so I think that counts.
Beautify.
If Deadplay, yeah, that's the thing. If Deadplay was good, we could have this. It was explicitly BL, but I did have that moment of, you know how like I get psyched out by so many things that are like, oh, actually, I'm not a BL. I'm not a BL. But we did not do that. Hi, Ian. How are we? I've actually had this model since like I had used this model for my affiliate anniversary. Was it? Was it my affiliate anniversary or my birthday last year? And then we haven't been using it. I need to use it more. So we break it out. I will give a. You know what? I should give Drago on an actual set of. Wait. I don't know if it's open. Forms at the minute, but I always recommend. It also did my gift. There's the Drago. Hi, Drago. Yeah, I need to break this out. To have an ability that what isn't Canri's birthday. Bad news, you're trapped forever. Okay. I liked to put your childhood sweetheart in a refrigerator. It was short. Yeah, it was short, and I didn't get a big emotional attachment to it. It's a thing. Again, since we have more people going, if at any time you want to help me name these tiers. Yeah, you didn't do anything for Kairanai's birthday last year, Saj. I like the theming in. And you know, I just like Sweet Summer. I'm still putting in Breathe. Yeah, I get. Yeah, I get. Sometimes we are mentally. Okay, we do need to make a tier here. And this is the Saihati Station tier, where Saihati Station goes. Okay, do I need to expand on my feelings on Saihati Station? I need to play Twilight Railway at some point, but of course I'm not allowed to stream it, so that's holding me back. Listen, you're right. He should have his full name. Celine. Listen. Yay! Listen, Sayhata Station activated something in all of us, I think, where we could not deny the Susty corpse. And you know, I find Shion to be. First off, Shion is very cute because he does the Maya Faye. I don't know if I'll be able to get my model to do the Maya Faye. Believe in yourself, Phoenix. Yeah, I can't get my handwriting to work. To believe in yourself, Phoenix. They do. Oh, basically, oh, fair. At least it's not too bad to redo. She was hotter dead than alive. Yeah, unfortunately, just the case. I like to look at him. And I think he deserves all the happiness in the world. And I think Haru would be happier as a housewife. I think that's just a known fact. But Shion who is like, I want Haru to be a housewife, but I also okay, this is my stream. We're allowed to talk about it, right? I think the ideal for Shion is barefoot and pregnant Haru. Because then he's vomiting as well. Yeah, Brazy, great time to make it back. Yeah, Big Head with chat. Chat agrees. Haru needs the morning stick. I okay. I would holding Xeno very, very sweetly. I'm just gonna put it up here. There's a way I can make this thing float, right? Oh, presentation mode? That. Never mind. That has fucked me over. Cool. 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 Alright. Awful website. Put them all back. Oh. Oh. There we go. I swear there's. I thought there was a thing to make this float. Maybe I should do it in presentation mode. Maybe that would work better. Yes. Oh boy! I will do it, Freya. I'm going to do it. I need to stop doing it. Functional website. Is this website? Yeah, you know something? That would have been smarter. I don't want to click presentation mode to see if the option I'm looking for is in there in case, because it will delete everything all over again. Yeah, I think Xeno is also like easiest. Like, game that destroy my life, frankly. Yeah, I do this hard mode where every time I put something on the board, I wipe the entire history and then have to put them all back from memory. Yeah, Xeno is the X. Yeah. we can't go a month without me bringing it up. Yeah, I could just zoom out the page, but like there was, it's one of those things where it's like I know this was, so where is the feature? I when we get to the presentations, I can talk more. If you haven't played Xeno, please, it's such a hard game to pitch because it is. It's like you know, you wake up and you have the amnesia, and you're chained to a serial killer. It's like that's such a nothing premise for a game that is amazing. It sounds so generic when you try to pitch it, But like, once you get into all the, even like, oh, there's cannibalism, disease, whatever, that's not. But then it's such an amazing game. All of the endings are so good. And
Back when we were still changing for the better.
oh no,
But it wasn't love.
please worm.
Me, it wasn't love.
I don't wanna. It's always so that right. Stop doing this to me. Stop. And yeah, Zero definitely worse. I'm just saying. I think there's many RPGs. Here's the thing. I think it's actually better with RPG made games if you can just like save scum. Like, I guess narratively it's not the most satisfying, but like from a gameplay perspective, not having to play through the whole game and wonder if you checked the right flags. Fucking lifesaver points at dead plate, points at dead. Right. Okay. Forgive my sins and desires, Father. I want to know what you guys think. For anyone who missed this, Forgive My Sins and Desires, Father is about a priest and a guy who keeps coming to confession because he's having marital issues. But of course, the guy is just yandering for the priest, which I think is like what the normal Catholic experience. We go to confession because we want the priest so bad. I'm rotatable now. I wonder who did that. Worm can go thank it for me. Okay, did you miss out on us playing Forgive My Sins and Desires? Check it out. It's a free game that appeared in my Steam library. I don't know when I picked it up, but it's also short. Yeah, go check out the VoD archive. Like I said, this was a double feature with to put your childhood sweetheart into a refrigerator. So yeah, many people wanted this to be Knives Out 3. This is what people wanted from Knives Out 3. Yeah, Fate's decided I need this one. That said, it's kind of see. Like I really like the ambition of it, but it didn't hit for me. And maybe that's because I'm not Catholic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say it's been. I still think it's a really fun premise. I think they did some fun things with it, but ultimately, I think some of it didn't quite hit. You know, we can't all be Xeno. Yeah, it was funny. It was funny, and I had a really good time playing it. But I wouldn't say it's like good, you know? Oh yeah, hold on. Can I? Yeah, my sleeves. Alright. Just the wrong thing entirely. It's fine. The moist lodge. Okay, hold on. I need to. It's wrong. Got my lens. This. The next one is I'm being violated by an alien. There's no plot. Hey guys, guess what the plot of this one is? Guess what the plot of I am being violated by an alien? Yes. Yes. This is what Juro wishes was happening to him. Unfortunately, this is like a D tier because there is no plot. There's no plot to that one, so it's going in deep. But I appreciate. I appreciate. I'm here for Jiro Sayashi. Yeah, it gets right to the point. It gave me a premise, I delivered on the premise. Isn't that right, Yomi? Jared and Gerard. Fuck. What? Different. No plot. We just. I think it's like their yearly release or something. That says I only got the first. Yeah, the true essence of the word. Jared and Jirax. Why am I calling him Jirax? Jesus Christ. Shock. Shock, I'm so sorry. Get fucked. This one. Hi. 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 Yeah, this. Breezy, you're getting my copy. I hope you're aware of that. This is set in France, so it's yours now. I'm sending it to you. I had a physical copy of this one, so it's yours now. Enjoy it. Ooh la la. Oh, I'm glad you got through the laundry. You're the bus driver now because it's set in France, and that's what happens when you're a Roosevelt fan. Whoops. Ooh la la, I do a backflip every day of my life. I need to reset my. But yeah, this was okay. It was fine. I only read volume 1, and like, here's the thing. It was kind of fine. Like, it's very much a classic series. So, like, the consent issues are the consent issues. But the thing was, we got to the end, and then he was like, "Ah, yes, he reminds me of my dead daughter," and I went, "Wait, wait, Bessie, hold on, hold on, calm down a second, boy." Yeah, normal thought process. Kurosawa Yohan, this one? Forgive my sins and desires, Father. Yeah. Forgive my sins and desires, Father, as a visual novel you can get on Steam for free. Where you play as a priest to a yandere and have to listen to him confess and try not let him kill someone. Oh yeah, I have my mod here. I don't need manually. Yeah, the Immortal Phoenix happens. Here's the thing, it's not going in detail because of that. It just didn't like with me, I guess. It's just kind of, it's not my kind of aesthetic, is the thing. Okay, I'm going to get this one mixed up with one of the other ones. Hi. Hi. This is... Yeah, I'm just going to go with the Japanese because I know it's my Anaka no audio. This is VTuber. This is VTuber. This is Corporal VTuber X Manager. So hey, fellow VTubers in the chat, if you're wanting stuff based on your job, You're typing fart, but only with the word porn. Yeah, every time you get auto-modded for the word porn, it writes it 3 times. Yeah. I haven't read. I don't think the second volume's out in English yet. Thank you for the hideaway. I'll hideaway. I don't think the second volume out in English, or maybe it's not. The third volume isn't out in English. I'm not certain. I've read what's available. This one's. Here's the thing. I quite like this one. The thing about it is that like all I can think of when I think about it is how many fluids are coming out of my male. That boy is so sweaty. that, this is secret Omega Bears as well. Yeah, Takihan core for real. Yeah, he has a condition. But it's also very big over sim content. It starts being thrown. Yeah, we gotta start being Y2K for my cat. But also, it's one of these things that it's becoming kind of an issue in BL series of like it's things that should be a one shot and are for some reason getting turned into serial. Wait, and it's like, why? You have a perfectly good one shot. Why are we dragging it out? I don't get it. But it seems to be the hit. I guess maybe it's because like some series have really taken off in recent years. So they're seeing BL less as a one shot kind of pulp fiction market and more as like, oh, we can spin this into series and then we get adapted in anime and then have like an actual hit on our hands. But half the time it's like, this is perfectly serviceable as a one shot. You don't need to be doing this. Yeah. There's premises that are made for longer series and there's premises that are made for one shots. And I'm sorry, Mayonaka's kind of is, it's a one. Actually, yeah. Here's the thing. I love one shots. Listen. We do not have a complete list of every series I've read because I've read so many. Because I just read one shots and I love them. And it's so nice just to be able to pick something up and be able to read through it and it's done. I don't have to wait. Things that could have been pasted there. It's like, yeah. Don't worry about that. We're gonna do that. Yeah, touch or of them and get that. That's true. Like I get that, but also like we've had plenty of like one shots that get, cafe collabs, art, special stuff without, having to try and find having the story be resolved and then try and make up some more conflict when there is none to be. Here's the thing, Beats. I don't know why you are locking in on Mystery's farm when literally the first thing you are. What's this? Stop looking at Mr. A's farm. Look at Sweet Nightmare right now. Oh, listen, we'll get to Akuheki eventually in this. Sweet Nightmares by the same person. It's a collection. It's a one shot, and it's a collection of short stories, which is always a great format for me. I think it's an A. It's mostly like it's a monster human combo world. So you get a monster couple. Anyway, please. Mysteries Farm VN official win. Given what we know. Alright, is it wrong to pick up a Dell? Guys, is it wrong to pick up a Dell? Is it wrong to have a married Dell? This is one of those ones that's like, I don't know, maybe this did get picked up for right, like literally no.
Mystify!
Timing is very cruel to you. Please, you're welcome to talk at length about Sweet Hair and my. Okay, please, please. I'm actually asking. Yeah, if it's in a dungeon, then we're not sure. This one of those webtoons that like the thing with it is they love the 3D aspect, which I am not a fan of. I don't like when things 3D assets and draw over them at all. I think it looks really bad. It's like I get why artists do it. It's type of like, oh, we are on crunch. This is getting us, but it's ugly. It's ugly as anything. This is kind of a deep. This is kind of a nothing. He's not even married. The thing, like the guy thinks he's married, and then it's like, no, I'm here with my ex-wife and her new boyfriend. I'm so for you to cut corners. Yeah. And this was one where it was like they had like a whole table set up and they drew the guy beside it, but the scaling made it so his bowl was tiny. I'm just obsessed with this man and his tiny, tiny bowl. He's not even married, he's divorced. Like a divorce representation, woo, but ripped to the Nitorari fan. Shots fired at by Mr. Farm. I think it's of having to extend to the Leo market or Fort Comasta file continuation domestic stuff for her. But yes, I love that's the thing. I love when you got an extra of just like random domestic scenes for the posters and you didn't have to have like a new conflict introduced. This guy is so like yes, I love when 3D models are used effectively for gags. That is always I think this thing they're inherently funny to me. When I see them, it's just funny to me. Serving yeah, make it match. That's what you really want. I think the thing that really gets me about having models in these things is it shows it's in crunch a lot, or it makes it look like it's done in crunch, so I have to assume it is. And that worries me that people that are webtoon artists are being put in crunch. I don't want that for them. I would rather be given the time to at least draw over the 3D model. I'm here for the artists to have the rights to make their thing look as good as they can make it. Because I know, like, if I did that and, 2 years down the line, I look back at my work and I have to see, I'm already judging my work for being bad. But if I come in, I'm having to see where I had to cut corners so horrifically. I'm gonna feel real bad about it, you know? Yeah, it's like seeing no food in the zoo enclosure. Exactly. It's like I don't want to be at the zoo now because you're not taking care of them. Right. Oh, what's the? I need to grab. There. Sorry, demo kimi. Koi he. There. Koi ga shitai. I like this one. Hey, where? I don't know if this is your Drago that would like the sleep set. The sleepy? Like not full song, but you know, get punk. Hey Dusky, you've been doing great with the background. Don't knock yourself too hard, but I do like get. Hold on. I'm being cut off. They want to, but yeah, you get it. You get it. I'm not fixing. Sure thing. I'll post it in chat for you to grab. I got sliced. They sliced me. But yeah, the main thing I remember of this is like, I am fully here for a guy who's. It's like, yeah, I'm horny, but I am also so tired. So, and also like, this one was one where it's like we are friends with benefits, and you know, deciding if we are moving beyond that, if we want anything else. Syringe, I don't know what all you fight. I'm sure. No. The dreadful samurai in the chat. They fucking attack me. Oh boy. Oh boy. Who's had to watch Melody of Our Love? Has anyone? I have to have put someone through watching Melody of Our Love. You didn't have. Here's the thing. I watched it very legally on like 240. If you're a Toku fan, Punch Hopper's actor is in it, and we get exactly one shot of his butt, and otherwise nothing. It's not. Here's the Breezy. It depends. Do you want to watch something that's bad? This is one of those BL movies that got like film on a shoestring budget. It's like the space they could rent for the shoot was. It looks like it's just someone's shitty apartment, and not in the way that like if you have a budget you make a shitty apartment, but like we are filming on a hand cam in someone's shitty apartment, like film students. Oh, true. You might have been getting. But wait. Yeah, it's not worth it on top of that. And it's like the guy it's straight up just harassing Punch Hopper the entire time. Hi, Charlie. He's just harassing him, but like he also has a boyfriend already. I forget he has a boyfriend already when he starts harassing Punch Hopper. And then what I remember is Punch Hopper's not interested. And then he falls down the stairs and breaks his wrist. And it is ridiculous. Their entire budget went into the graphic for his broken wrist. They gave him the gnarliest injury. It's like, oh no, you can't play piano anymore. So the guy that's stalking him fucks the teacher about it. And again, I was watching this on like 240. I don't remember the rest of this. Yeah, the only other thing I remember is he's like, yeah, what? Oh. And then the guy sits outside his house for like a literal day. See, it's no tier needed because this is a really bad movie. but it's so bad. It's one of those so bad ones. Like you should probably watch it. I, Arms, no, Freya, I did not. You're going to have to share that. Charlie, you missed the Xeno talk. It's okay, we have Xeno talk later. Post it. I don't. Okay, yay! Oh no, Susty Corpse is a tier of its own. We don't know what to make of the Susty Corpse. Captivated by you moments though. Captivated by you moments. Hey, if you didn't watch the anime adaptation, go watch it. Here's the actually read it and watch it because both the adaptation is so good, the original is so good, but there's stuff added in the adaptation. Like, yeah, you should check it out. Yeah, the Junji Ito arc is so good. The anime went so hard. These as my reference just said that they did Uzumaki better than Uzumaki did. So have you been watching? You watch live action? Oh, I haven't watched live. I didn't know it got a live action. Okay, I need to get the live action. That reminds me. I should have put karaoke. I should have put all the adaptations separately. Hold on, I'll get a Yomi. There's Yomi. Hi, Stra. Thank you, Stra. There's Yomi. Yeah, the karaoke 3 times combo. They don't go in the same tier anyway. I think that's why I didn't. But yeah, Captivated by You is it 3? Is it 3 or 4 stories? That are all interlinked. And it's like it's not it's not Kiss. 4, 2, great. Okay. Cool. Yay! Yeah, you can always have more Yomis. More Yomis are allowed. Our dining table, I'm going to maybe put in a. It's been a while since I read our dining table. I didn't leave a huge impact, and it's kind of taken for me by the live action. So, I'm sorry. It was cute though. Like, maybe I'll give. The kid's cute. The kid's cute. If Yomi's bro, just see. There will be more. Yeah. When I am at CitrusCon, we will have as many Yomis on screen as I can imagine. I can. If you want me get out the Yomi PNG chipper again. But yeah, the kid's cute. I believe it's the big brother who's raising his baby brother. I don't remember that well. It's one of those. That's a one shot. It's a one shot series. It's you're becoming part of this family. Oh, when I rate, I'll just say, okay, yeah, yeah, we can have Yomi. Yeah. Mary Checker. I don't remember the other. I don't remember the other chapters of Mary Checker. The only chapter I remember of Mary Checker is the guy, which is the guys on the cover. They go to a blogger meetup, and one of the guys has a blog where all he does is post photos with the wrong caption. And he's not, to my memory, he's not aware that he is doing it. Every time it is a mistake, but he consistently puts the wrong caption on the photos he posts. And I love that. Your list later, so I can replay it. Having the best here. I will do it. I will do it. I will export it. Yeah, it's literally Tumblr style blogging. So I'm like, he would do numbers on Tumblr. For years I have been like, this is a blog that should just exist on Tumblr. It's like, I don't even care about what else happened in this because that's one of those things that's just stuck with me so well. Okay, hold on. Where's the 犬の音が尻尾チープショップでもうショックで I think that might be an A. It's it's your dog. A stray dog turns into a human and is now puppy semi. Someone has a collection where all the photos and captions. Yes, I remember seeing that, and literally what I thought of was Mary Checker. That was what brought it to my brain recently was seeing that, and I was like, oh, Mary Checker real. Puppy Sammy, and he's tiny. He's tiny little guy. We are here for our short Sammy. He's a tiny Kozuka. Tiny Kozuka. Okay. Has anyone read Let Die? Have any of you read Let Die? Because here's the thing, I have never read Banana Fish, but I feel like Let Die is definitely Banana Fish inspired to an extreme degree. And here's the thing, it's really good. It's really good. Like, one of the main things that sticks with, if you've read Banana Fish, you'll probably like get the basic idea of what the plot is. One of the main things that sticks with me though is Jaehae's friend's dad. When Jaehae passes out, his friend's dad is just like, what's wrong with him? At his age, he should be able to eat metal. And his friend's like, Dad, you've been saying that my entire life. When will I be able to eat metal? And his dad just tells him to shut up. And I'm obsessed with it. But it's also like, it's got a really good... But it's also one of those ones that's got a really good, like, thought about, Jaehae's, she's his girlfriend at one point and then they end up breaking up, but she gets assaulted, and a major part of the series is her navigating her trauma after that, and it's real. It's real. It's so, and it's one of those things that makes it for such a good series. And I'm so glad they put so much emphasis on her after that. I'm glad she gets to be that level of character. Silver Saint is eating hell. Oh, good question. Where's Brady? We need to know which Silver Saint is hell. But yeah, if you can get a copy of Let Die, I recommend checking it out. It's also a long, and it's got, you can tell it's like a banana serial numbers being files off in the way that we can make a happier ending than Banana Fish. Our ending can be a bit happier. Saints 8 Mel to become the Steel Saints. That's true. Actually, Daichi definitely eats metal. Oh, cool. I'm sorry. Because I know this series got hyped hard by people who had not read Now No More. And I'm gonna be real, I didn't like it. It's for me, it was a bit too much of a bootleg of the corporate world. That I was like, I can't be. It's like, I get, for a lot of people, this is their first introduction to like actual old man being hell. But I read most of Nanoboras. I have them. So, you know. But I'm glad that I'm glad that it's showing that there is an audience for this stuff to, get more of it. And speaking of, it's funny that I have Don't Call Me Daddy. I don't have Don't Call Me Dirty on here. The other one. Not actually be out. Oh, real. Hell, I'm sorry that happened for you, but that's, yeah, I don't have Don't Call Me Dirty. You know what? This was an okay series. The thing that I remember most from it is his younger co-worker that is hitting on him, and then at the end they find like the most geriatric guy at the festival, and he is Smith. And I'm upset that there's never been a spin-off about him robbing the nursing home. That's what I really want to see. But this was a nice, my father gets a new boyfriend, and they have to deal with their hips hurting. Now, am I pushing it, including monochrome factor? No, I'm not. S tier monochrome factor. Here's the thing. I am putting monochrome factor here. I'm not rating it based on the anime because I've watched one episode of the anime, and it's the episodes where they think that Kengo is straight, and they all go to the bar and are like, I can't believe we know a straight person. Why is Kengo straight? Yeah, this is one of Serrano's. And then they follow Kengo on his quote unquote straight date and find. Yeah, thank you so much for showing me the best episodes. They go and follow him on a straight date, and it turns out that no, his date is a lesbian that wants to ask out one of his friends, and he's giving her tips on how to go on a date with her. and he talks about his crush on Akira. And everyone is so glad. Thank God Kengo isn't straight. Thank God we don't know a straight person. but like the manga is so. I recommend checking it out. Unfortunately, like the publisher is defunct and was a digital only publisher in the time before like digital was a thing. It was like 2007, and they were a digital only publisher. Like they were ahead of the curve, and they went down, and all their IPs have been in limbo since. So, but if you can read it, I highly recommend. It's also one of those series that like and you're like, oh, the the fucking villain. Oh, I see now. I see the foreshadowing now. I see how we got played. Also, I mean, I guess spoilers for Monochrome Factor, but like, if you ever seen those Tumblr posts that are like, I want a series where the call to action, the protagonist completely rejects the call to action. That's accurate. And when he's eventually forced into the plot, it's the guy who is guiding him is actively lying to him. And it's like, oh, if you do this, you'll die. But he absolutely won't. It's just this guy. But what he actually means is, I'll kill you. If you stray from the path, I'll kill you. But it is such a good series. Oh. Seriously, it's just one of the series. Yeah, if you like a Remiel from Webcomic Beyond the End, you would love Shibane. And it's also like, it's a big one for like codependency and yeah, the wildest yandere. The wildest yanderes. Alright, we need to run ad. Right. Oh, we'll be. Oh, yes, if you all that stuff.
Hey bro, your truck sucks.
You know what? You just lost your airbag privileges.
Back when we were still changing for the better. Wanting was enough. For me, it was enough. To live for the fun of it all. And sometimes just
Question, Playmaker. Do you think I was a good teammate for you? Be honest.
No. You were the worst strategist I have ever met.
Oh well, I guess I asked for it. Question, Playmaker. Do you think I was a good teammate for you? Be honest.
No. You were the worst strategist I have ever met.
Oh well, I guess I asked for it.
Ah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on, I'll replay that one for you. And hopefully it won't break this time. Oh. Welcome back from the ads. Thank you, Reese, for the gift subs. Thank you so much. If you got one, please say thank you. They're very much appreciated. Yeah, I have to start a stream to save Spitfire. Thank you, Breezy. Yeah, get on the hype train. Damn, we actually have a hype train. Come on. Let's watch it together. A hype train is like if you sub gift subs or cheer bet, it adds to the hype train. I don't really push for anyone to be throwing money at me, but it is running. I thank Breezy very much. Right, where are we? Oh, Scratch Blue. Hey, do you want Toxic Trauma Childhood Friends Short Semi? BDSM? It's been a while since I read this one, but I remember liking it, so maybe I'll put it in B for now. And like I don't remember it well enough. I remember the elements enough to be like, yeah. Zombie Hide 6. Oh, welcome home! Welcome home, Saran! Yeah, be fair because I don't remember all that much. You're being very brave. Oh, it was the dumb monochrome Was it? Oh, it never was dubbed, was it? God, I forgot. So, how? It's one of those things that, like, it's so iconic that, like, how? Oh, Zombie Hide 6, you are a nothing. You are nothing. Oh, nice. 7 tiers, not necessarily in that. Yeah, not necessarily in that order. How would we cast? I don't know why. Like, I read plenty that's no plot, all porn. I think the decision to have the zombie plot there kind of threw it. I think it should. It also was one that, like, kept going. I'm actually going to put it in. I won't put it that far down. Oh, I won't put it that far down, but, like, I think it overstayed its welcome and didn't do enough of its premise. Dusky, you need to get in the Ascendant animation server, clearly. That's where. There we go. Tsuki ni Nachuyo. Nachayo. I'm gonna give it the C treatment. I think it kinda did. It wasn't as much as I would have wanted, but I think I kinda still enjoyed it, you know? Hi Dave, how are we doing? Yeah, hey Dusky, what? I know that they do take Scottish voice actors, we know about that. I'm just saying. They're willing to work remote. Yeah, what? I think this one's I remember he made a robot. Oh, let me pull it up, see if I can. Yeah, he makes an AI based on himself for this old man. And I think my reservation was that old man did not get destroyed. He did not get obliterated, so go harder. Go harder. See so I can voice Bobby. Yeah, Dusky new voice for Bobby Ball. For Bobby Ball. I can just Tokyo Babylon is just ace. Because I will look at my ships and I'll go, uh-oh, that's Tokyo Babylon. Whoops. Oh, Tokyo Babylon. Picks up, oh wait, wow, it's Tokyo Babylon. I love Tokyo Babylon. And show me it's Tokyo Babylon. Whoops. Oh, truly a situation to be in. And I very much appreciate it for how aware of, like, the time period it is. And how much it incorporates, you know, the current events of the time. Yeah, it's simply an S. If you haven't read Tokyo Babylon, go Tokyo Babylon. If you want my age gap, cute boy, assassin, please. I don't know. How would, if you want to read a guy who is denying himself all the pleasures in his life because he's trying to keep up appearance and is making himself miserable by denying himself that boy, please check out Tokyo Babylon. Strange, I hate to tell you, there has been no adaptation that is an actual adaptation. There's been no accurate adaptation. There's been some things that are way off base. And listen, I don't want to spoil away, but yeah, Osaki. Osaki? Yeah. 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 Thank you! Thank you for fish curry! I appreciate it. Yeah, Dusky turns off my stream to go play OA instead. Sugar Dog Life. I'm gonna put Sugar Dog Life in B here. The main thing I remember of Sugar Dog Life is that it's the scene where it's like he sees his boyfriend with a mysterious woman and a child, and he has that moment of, oh no, he has a wife and kids, and he then just walks up to him and asks who was that, and he's like, oh, that was my sister and nibbling, and he's like, oh, okay, never mind. It's fine. Still not played away. I know, I can't spoil away. And also, he's like, he talks to his friends about his boyfriend, and they're like, what do you mean you're dating a cop? Don't do that. Why are you dating a cop? Are you stupid? Manly Appetites, I'll put in me. It's cute. It's a cute, not quite gag. What would you call it? It's mostly short stuff, you know? But it's cute. It's office work. Anthology series, thank you. That's it. Yeah, it's a cute anthology. Well, yeah, it's not anthology, so club show. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's the easy to describe it. Like we have our extended omake. What's happening with Worms? Okay, it's better now. Yeah, shorts collection, that will do. Yeah, it's cute. Trying guys who don't realize they're dating is probably the best way to describe it. And take forever to just... You didn't need to... Alright. The farm. What is giving me reservations about putting the farm in S tiers that's ongoing? For now, yeah, grab it's Kendrick. For now, the farm is going in here. I'm very happy with where we left off at the end of chapter 1. I'm very excited about where this is going. I'm. If you haven't checked out Mystery's Farm, it's graphic. It's a graphic series. I really recommend it. But, yeah, we've learned a lot about chickens. We've learned a lot about hypnosis. There's a goose boy that I love. It is human livestock. Human livestock farm. What's irrelevant? Except yeah, solely training you on kink exposure. Alright. Legal drug and drop. I love you, but why are you ongoing? Why are you an ongoing series that never gets updated? What do you mean the CPEG was too much of a jump? You guys hate the CPEG. I can't wait to see more of the CPEG. Oh, I will. Yeah, Clamp 2 basically doing what is clear car circle. Please get back to drag and drop. I'm trying to think how it's if you've read like if you've read like Tsubasa and Holic, you kind of get what the style for Dragon. Purifies back in their drug deal. Like, no, we need to go and do random cases. That's it. It's a case series. We need to infiltrate the school. We need to infiltrate the school from the boys only version of the Tokimeki Memorial School. Yeah, what if they went to case? Joseph Kakas forever. We now are on. And I guess this is the fight because yes, my mysterious sibling that we will never get to expand on what her deal is because we're never updating this year. But it's it's Clamp, it's cool, it's stylistic. What they wrote is good, and then they don't come back. Yeah, and we get Kiki and Sega, who are closing their shop to go fuck, which is all we could ask for. We get to see him be a house husband. He's very cute. It's all the people could want. Yeah, true, they aren't even closing the shop. It's like, if you walk in, that's your problem. Oh, moment. Magic moment. Magic was real good. It was real good. It's only going in A because I'm personally not a tragedy fan. But, like, it was such a good series. Stylistically, writing-wise, I would say it's almost what it set out to do. I think it got a bit rushed towards the end. I will say that. I think it kind of got rushed. But I still really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the style. I really enjoyed the characters. It is an amazing looking series. The world building I love. If you haven't checked it out, it is about a guy who summons a demon to eat and sells his soul and gets taken to the demon world and becomes the demon himself. and perpetuating cycles of abuse is happening. But if you haven't seen the art, I highly recommend looking at it. And the character designs, and it's... Yeah, anyone's welcome to go off about any of these if they want. Who's gonna be mad at me for placing this? Who's gonna be mad? Junjo is S tier. Done. Listen. It's a classic. It's ongoing. My pre-order has been pushed back like 5 times for the new volume. I love this series so much, I am reading the German publication. And that's the thing. The thing is, like, Junjo is just good. It was as popular as it was because it was a series that really... that's my autism BL. Yeah, it has. And poor Baze has been dragged around for getting copies of Junjo. But it's one of those series like, where, you know, everything's very... I don't know how and why. Like, when I'm dealing with Misaki being stunted in a particular kind of way in his development, where it's like, all my peers are moving on with their life, but I have just stagnated in college, and I'm not smart. I'm not, you know, I'm not able to pull ahead. Like, I'm not smart. I'm not motivated. I seem to be comfortable where I am, and I'm worried because everyone around me is saying you need to grow up and be your own person, and I just don't capable of that. I think that's a really poignant point, especially when you then have Usagi beside him, who, you know, is very much sort of very open about how he's playing his childhood adulthood because he had such a childhood. And it's helping Misaki, even though Misaki is like, I am still kind of... It's like he's still playing the parent in his own way because that is where his comfort is. Because he has always played the parent, his parent, and he's had to be an adult. And yet, then when he is an adult, he doesn't feel like one. Holding them, shaking them. Look, listen.
Justify.
And then, you know, we have Egoist, and we have points at Egoist. What the fuck's wrong with you guys? What is up with Noaki? Just disappearing off to America for a year and not contacting Hiro once. What's wrong with him? That boy has something wrong with him. A guy who has not attended a single, you know, celebration in the 6 to 8 years they have been together. And then wonders why Hiro is... It's because he has a crying face. That's the thing. That's the real reason for it all. And then, holding terrorist. Hi, please look at terrorist. Please look at terrorist. Guys who are like, yeah. Miyagi who is like, yeah, we're going on a date. What do we do for date? My special interest. No, it'd be a fun date, my special interest. And meanwhile, Shinobu is like, here is here is the societal understanding of what a date is. I need to do this exactly, or I am not on a date. And then he looks at Alyssa and he's like, I hate all of these things. I don't want to do any of these things. I don't like the cinema. It's too loud. It's too busy in these places. I am overstimulated in all of these. I don't want to do this. But this is my rigid understanding of what a date is, and therefore we have to do it that way. And then sentiment. Oh, I get it. Mistake. Sentiment is oh my god, why have I forgot his name? The manga and editor, which is cute. I like them together, but they by far get the lead chapters, which sucks. I was really hoping that like they'd be more. They're because they are the crossover. They're the pair of the spares with Sekaiichi Hatsukoi. So I thought maybe we'd get more of them with that, and then it turns out they're not. They don't get a bonus chapter in Sekaiichi. So I'm suffering. Mistake is cute. Mistake is guy childhood friends, and he's like, you are in love with my dad, and I am so jealous about it. Well, this guy's like, I'm not in love with your dad. What are you talking about? Okay, I'll catch up. We will need to remember this one. Yeah, there's a couple on here that are definitely. I know them by one title, and they won't be elsewhere. Anyway, thank you for thank you for coming to my Ginger Romantica conversation. Do you still think I'm hot? Oh, Eclipse of the Eternal Heart. I would go this way. I need to reread it, but this is one of those things I have. Yeah, this is a Blorbo. This is my Blorbo stream, so I get to talk about Jinjo. You're trapped in here with me. I can't. Yeah, you guys did walk in first, though. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be real. I remember really loving Eclipse of the Eternal Heart, and now my brain is not giving me info. But I'm still gonna put an 8 here. You can't stop me. It's my stream. Hi. No, this is. I'm pretty certain this is like a reincarnation one, where he got reincarnated and then seeks out the predator that killed him in his previous, something like that, and kills him. It's something like that. It's that kind of gaslight game. Guess where this goes? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Give it back! Give it back! Thank you. Yay! No touching at all goes S. I don't have to justify why this is S tier to me. Congrats to mankind that has evolved into Mara. Yeah, Eclipse of the Eternal Heart. I watched the live action before I read it, I really enjoyed the live action. It is Masashi Taniguchi in it, who I haven't been keeping up with Toku actor situation to know what the situation is there. I still liked it as a movie. It's it's not as cheap as Melody of Our Love. It's definitely got more of a budget. But it's still like if you were a fan of the scene in Ultra where Akira's at the phone box and and she was like, "You are down the street from me." That happens in No Touching at All, basically scene for scene. Where he hears the ambulance outside and he goes out in the snow and finds him. Yeah, I really like this one. Like I think trying to explain it, a lot of people are. Yeah, I had to I'll just see live vlog because it was that close. But it's one of those ones where it's like people are, it's typical BL. But I really like how it is you're being for you're being forced to go and marry some women for your corporate job, and Shima is in this state because his last boyfriend broke up with him because he was like, "I'm done with this. I need to go be a normal. I need to be a normal man who marries a normal woman and who lives a heterosexual life. Good luck. Go fuck yourself." And Shima was traumatized by that experience, and it made him leave his job. And having that having that situation come up again is legitimately cause he has a legitimate reason to be scared in that situation. When it's not like to me, it's not just like, oh, is my boyfriend straight? It's I have legitimate experience with being abandoned so easily, and this is a career move for him if he wants to take it. So, oh, Worm's digivolved. Meryl has armor digivolved. I think it's Beelzemon, right? But yeah, it's one of those series that just like really, I think it handled it really well. And also, Shima's actor was really cute. I know I'm talking about the original, but still. Yeah, we looked away in Worm Digivolve. Hi. Hi, have you read Akuheki? Have you read Akuheki? Why do I keep dropping? Read Akuheki. Akuheki's real good. Akuheki is... S tier, S tier. How would I describe? What if your co-worker was constantly rage baiting you because he wanted you to kill him? I think we still have quotes. I'm pretty certain I set them back up. Rage baiting my fat dog, part 20, in hopes that he murders me. I don't want to really go. Akaheki has like a lot going in it, but I think you should get in on it because rage baiting my fat dog until he kills me. Yeah, this is just like this is why I recommend it for the weapons. Ooh. Oh, where are we putting number 6? Number 6 is kind of here, huh? I feel like number 6 had too much of an impact to not give it the S tier. Like, I think, you know, it should be. I think everyone should read, watch whatever number 6. Freya noticed something important.
Justify.
He went, go for it, Worm. Yeah, if you haven't checked out number 6, please. Yeah. Yeah. Number 6 is set in the past now. Number 6 is now set in the past. Isn't that scary to think about? It's a utopia dystopia series. I don't know. How do I pointing at it? What if you got yeah. What if there's be religion in it? What if when you were a kid you met a boy and he destroyed your life? I this Tokyo Babylon again. Whoops. Oops, all Tokyo Babylon. And what if parasitic wasps tried to kill you? What if there was parasitic wasps that were going to kill everyone? Because you all suck. And that's why you should check out number 6. And also, it's a really cute romance, but also, like, the importance of distance and taking the time apart to grow. I need to read beyond. And also, codependentness here. Number 6 just kind of real. Shihai no Yokai-sen. I'm gonna give it the B tier, but yeah, Big Bora. Big Bora. Oh. Stuff and also bug. I'm like, I could probably talk about number 6 from memory for a while, but yeah, there's a non-binary dog. Range being my non-binary. That is what happens to them a lot. But then my just typed and wrote number 6. Number 69. It's number 6 is just a real. Yeah, Nezumi loves rage baiting that dog. But yeah, Peak Bora. Really good, really fun. I think this is Peak Bora, and like it's got the magic system, it's got the short semi, it's got it's the only thing that's really missing is the old man. It's still got older guys, so like yeah, are kind of underperforming guy development. Yeah, needing more of the secondary couple. Needing more of her bear. And yeah, there you go. There's something that that could have had 2 volumes. There's something that could have actually had a reason for multiple. Oh, gotta. Here's the thing. It was, or Fucked by My Best Friend, I believe it's English. It was good until it wasn't good. Yeah, it was one that could have done, it was one that could have had the primary couple and secondary couple. It was, Fucked by My Best Friend was good until it was. Like, we had a really strong start and middle, and then we got to the end, and they just kind of went, wait, it's over now. We stop. The plot just got lost at some point. We're not going to answer any of the questions that were introduced right at the start. Hi, dog. And now it's so, yeah, don't worry about the plot device, women. And like, I guess, but honestly, that plot device was kind of what was holding up the series, and we're kind of not getting the entire lesson he was meant to learn from this. It's definitely not a plot device, women. But yeah, we kind of just threw. It's like, what? Here's the thing: if it wanted to just be a porn series, it didn't need to be that long. It went long enough that you wanted the plot to matter, and you wanted, yeah. Women in misogyny don't exist unless it's happening to the main character, and even then, he's not really going to learn from. He's not going to learn why this woman did this. He's just, well, he's got a boyfriend now. Yay. Okay, hi. Serrano, watch my stream. Serrano, watch my fucking stream. Hi. When is my update? When is my update? It's been years, Serrano. Please. Serrano, we keep going through this. You keep starting things and not finishing them. Please. Please. I love you so much. Why would you do this to me? Hey, check out it's tough being a detective. If you want to see tiny little detective that is fucking his informant to get the information, and then his co-worker is like, I want that man. I want that man. Why are you getting that man? I want that man. And they start fighting for it. And he's tiny and mentally fucked up. And I need more Toronto. There was only 10 chapters before it got dropped. But I really enjoy it. Serrano's art is gorgeous as ever. So please. I don't feel like we're ever going to get a translation of Bird Junkie. I'll check it out if we do, but I don't see. Stalker, whatever. Stalker's kind of a whatever. Yeah. I think it's more of a gag scene than anything. But I don't think the relationship was built up in a way that interested me. it kind of just felt very flat and yeah, it was just kind of, I guess. It wasn't much. Right, Gambare Nakamura-kun. I don't know, maybe B. Maybe B. I haven't read the second volume, but I enjoyed it. There was a there was a lot more of the teacher than I expected. And I think that says something for Shunde's work. Like, oh, yeah, we can tell who wrote that. Yeah, I need to check out more. Oh, I do love all. Nice time. The princess I loved in my previous life is now an old man or whatever the fuck this is called. It's fine. It's fine. I'm still reading it, which is good. But I wouldn't say it's like great, you know? Yeah. The main thing, all I can think about is the fact that Naito keeps misgendering her dad. For spamming your dad real. And it's just more of a gag, man. I don't know how the relationship's going to go. Other than we are force spamming your dad. There's nothing more I can say about it. You get it all from the title and from him force spamming the dad. Damn you, Len. Oh, missing paper case. Yeah, it can go deeper, I think. It's got a new name now that it's been. I read the one-shot version. It's now been picked up for a full series. Not damn you. I know. I haven't checked it out since it got. Except the Isekai fancy. Yes, exactly. Yeah, missing characters. There is no chemistry between these guys. This is one where I'm like, there is nothing. You guys should break up. Hey, dude, there is other guys that will fuck your pussy. I'm sorry to say it. You don't need that. There are other ways. This thing, I'm not even like, maybe the serialized version will like give them more of a relationship, but the one shot didn't sell me on the relationship enough to want to go. So we're stuck.
Justify!
This always happens. Otherwise, you would remember I live vlogged this one to you. Punch Triangle is good. It's good. What was I? I really liked its aesthetic. I think it was a really good series for me aesthetics wise. It wasn't like the most, you know. I have to go in F tier. Somehow, yeah. Somehow it's not. I think this was cute. I'm trying to remember what my original comment was. These might remember. But yeah, I think I liked it more. Honestly, it's an offensive one. And if you like emo boy, you got that. Yeah, I know. Hi. I don't know where did I put Twisted Obsession of His Majesty? What the what do I say? Guys met Lorraine off the telly. It's one of those series that was so strange. I think I'll put it in C because I'm yeah, the most important thing in it is Joseph.
Testify!
Yeah. Hard but black and thing care about the couple. Yeah. I think that's fair. Like it was lacking the dynamic to make me care about the couple. But yeah, Twisted Obsession of His Majesty is one of those series that is so weird. Where it's like, oh, we're meant to be fighting for the throne. We are just thing. What? I feel like every so often I kind of read this as like, trash media, which is mean to say, but when you're popcorn kind of thing, junk food, that's the term. Like, I kind of read this as junk food, and it was one of those weird cases where every time an interesting plot point came up, they just did a time skip over the interesting plot point. And it was like, cool, that's resolved now. I was like, oh, okay. Yay! It's like the church is against you. Don't worry about it now. Now you are king, and the church a lot, and the church is fine for it as long as you are willing to make oh my god, what's his oh, I forgot. Whatever. If you make the priest pope, he'll like being your plain series in Scum Villain, but even less detail. Yeah, basically. It's and it was one of those series where it was they couldn't decide if they were related or not. They kept going back and forth on if they were related. But yeah, sorry, the most important part of this is when Lion meets Joseph, and Joseph is meant to be like the rival love interest. Why have I forgot Lorraine's actual name again? What's Lorraine's actual name? Lorraine is his name later. He uses the name Lorraine, that's why I'm using it. Having to go check. I only ever talk about Lion. Theo, there we go. Yeah, he's just Lorraine off the telly. But yeah, he's maybe the rival love interest against Theo. But every time, Lion has no interest in him, so he'll just go fuck Theo, and Joseph will just stand outside and listen. He just stands. He's not even allowed to be in the chair. He is in the hall listening. And I love that part. I think it's enrichment for Joseph is the best character in this because of whatever's going on with him. Oh, okay, I need to pull up the notes for this. Hold on. Okay. Yakuza ga Shitari mori ranmaru tataken no Nobunaga mehe. Kono ori o kosho saseru kikayo. Oh, I've been reading this since the English serialization started. This is a gangster gets isekai. Yeah, a gangster gets isekai, but he becomes Mori Ranmaru, and a very historically not age accurate Mori Ranmaru. And gets taken in as Nobunaga's page. I don't know why I've kept reading this, but it's finally stopped serialization. It's not finished in English yet, but it is finished in Japan. As we rapidly approach the part where Nobunaga dies. And who knows what's going to happen to Mori Ranmaru? But it also has, of course, like, he dies as Mori Ranmaru, and then goes back to quote unquote his original life, except the timeline's all fucked up because Mori Ranmaru was a traitor to Nobunaga, which has changed everything in the modern Yakuza. as happened sometime. And then he dies again and goes back to being Mori Ranmaru, except like over a decade has passed. And Nobunaga's old now. And thinks he's a traitor, so... I mean, if you're really into historical RPS, this is for Tokyo Asogo specifically. Oh, Wagon, you are nothing burger. Wagon, here's the thing, I'm upset that Wagon is nothing burger, because, like, it is so aesthetically cool, but in the end, it is just aesthetic. It's putting everything on looking good without, being good. Without actually having story to tell, because we're so busy doing symbolic visual instead. You made me the nothing burger. Thank you. Alright. Yeah, I hate to do it to a series, but it's just... And maybe after I stopped reading, it became interesting, but I read like 5 chapters. Fuck off. I looked prey. Alright, I need to run ad, so get up, get stretched, all that stuff, and we'll be back in minutes.
Yeah, so like, this is me cooking. I'm having a really...
And there's this.
Okay, I'm recording. Are you ready?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
And there's this.
From ya. What videos did you guys get? Anything interesting? Was? Alright. Okay, I don't know. Is it controversial to have From Manus Bob on this list? Because I think your character, the pro tag can be a guy. Isn't necessarily can be a guy, a girl, or a samurai, but you can be a guy, so I felt like it was fair game for me to put it in. And also, like, some of the guys just straight up ain't straight, so, like, I think I should get it. Anyway, kind of, maybe. Listen, the corpse isn't as sus as Shion, but, you know, it kind of got there. It kind of pointed in the right direction. They tried, and, like, you can't emulate the Susty corpse from Saihati Station, but you can definitely try, and I think it definitely put it all in, you know? And it committed to the bit. It saw that Susty corpse and it knew what the audience wanted, so, you know? Maybe I think it deserves to be on that team. If you haven't tried From Madness with Love, please give it a try. It is a dating visual novel where the guys are purposely difficult to understand. And also, there's a Susty corpse. It's like it's like a parody VN, but not in the way a lot of parody VNs are. It has enough respect for the genre as a whole that I think it's still worth playing despite parody again. Which, is an easy one for me because I hate parody. I love this genre way too much to give that away. And also, I just love the characters. I just love them. I love the pro tag. I love what a little freak the pro tag is. Yeah, even if it didn't have the Susty corpse, it would hold up really well. But it has Susty corpse, so therefore. Monster and Ghost. I haven't caught up with Monster and Ghost, but it's real good so far. Monster and Ghost is about I got. It's about a kid that died, and then he haunts one of the guys that goes to school, who's huge and intimidating. Everyone's scared of him, and they're very and basically has like all the qualities that they kind of have all the qualities each other want, and to some degree, I need to catch up. It's also a very and also pointing at the side characters. Yeah, I'm interested in whatever the fuck's going on between them. They are tormenting each other, and I'm very happy to see it. Oh. Right. Kirena na Kimi no Koro Saritai is on hiatus at the moment. Shockingly. Yeah, the side characters are very much my taste, so I love Golf Boys, okay? Yeah, it's on hiatus. Yomiju if Juro wasn't into it. This is another one where I was like, is it fair for me to put it in for BL? Like I count it, but I've seen a lot of people be like, it's not BL, and I'm I think if you're having that kind of reaction to seeing a guy kill people, I think you're a little in them. I think it should count as BL. Right. I guess it's what, they're not having a healthy romance, but who gives a shit? If you like seeing a guy kill people, if you're into it, if you want him to kill you so bad, I'm sorry, that's BL. That's just how it is. I'm excited for it coming back. I am a little worried because I believe the Chainsaw Man writer promoted it when it was early in, and I am a bit worried that maybe like the pressure of that is getting there. I hope not. I hope it comes back and we're all good. I will be excited when knife inside another man. Yeah. Okay, my other VTubers. Yeah, Senpai Nakamisate. Senpai Nakamisate did not need to have 2 volumes, and it's still ongoing. This is another one where it's like, why are we extending this? Because the first volume is an indie VTuber and a corpo VTuber getting together, and I think that worked real well. I think, we had our normal when like the corpo VTuber's like, yeah, this is the indie VTuber that got me into VTubing, and then they fall in love, and it was cute. But then we have volume 2, and it's like, cool. Oh, well, since you're such a big indie VTuber and you're dating a corpo VTuber, you need to become a corpo VTuber, which maybe that's just too real, but I get him becoming a corpo VTuber kind of remove the fun of him being an indie VTuber, It removed the part of the dynamic that was interesting. Like, I think it could have done plenty while keeping her an indie VTuber. Maybe that's something that it would have got too real for a lighthearted BL if we got into like the actual, situation between when it comes to discussing these kind of things in spaces. Yeah, this is the one where he goes corpo and he doesn't change his design, so he sells away all the rights for his indie model, to the corporation. And, you know, there's some corps that might let you have your character back when you leave. Not many. Not many. You've lost that bestie, and if this all goes to shit in some way, which gestures at corporate VTubing most of the time, it does, you're not gonna have that to fall back on. You're gonna have to remake from the ground up. But yeah, I liked the first volume. I'll probably keep reading, but it's you can tell it's one of those series that, like, oh, this is my. I will say, like, you can tell the mangaka does care about VTube. You can tell there's a lot of love, and I'm pretty certain the models they use are VTubing models. I think they have been. They've definitely been done by a VTuber artist. I don't know if they've ever. The way they're drawn, I think they have been made live to make them accurate on the page. Like, a lot of love's been put into it, but yeah, you can tell what hit very close to that. This is my job, so I have thought. I have thoughts as an insider in this. But yeah, I really appreciate the dedication. And that's what kind of gets me in feeling like publishers are pushing for the one-shots to not be one-shots that they shouldn't be doing. Anyway, yay! What's the English name for this? Yeah, BL Game Rebirth, my new life as the hero's younger brother. I don't know if this is going to be BL. I've kind of just included it. Oh, thank you for self-care check. Yeah, watering me after that. Yeah, I don't know if BL Game Rebirth is going to be BL. Because, quite frankly, the protagonist is very romantic. And good for them. But I did include it because, you know, it's like a BL harem where the protagonist is aromantic. And I will be a little put out if they end up with anyone. It's one of those ways. So it is a Fujo that got reincarnated as the hero of a BL game younger brother. And I think the first two volumes are the game that she played. And then after that, it turns out, oh, there was a sequel game, which was about the younger brother. Good luck! And, you know, I'm enjoying it so far. I like them. I like the protag. But yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna feel on the wrong side. But I think just cause of that. Oni-san, am I no good? Listen, sometimes you look like that's all I need. And there's a big titty. Yay. Sometimes that's all I need. Yeah, sometimes you look like Suzu Ishiki. Okay. Mate, they are trying to censor. they're trying to say for me. They don't want to talk about big. Right, okay. I'm not sure where I'm going. Here's the thing. I played DMD Redacted, so it's been a while. I enjoyed what I played of it. I think having played some, there's having played some other Nitro Trial games, you can definitely tell. You can definitely tell, like, it's a lot. I don't know, how would you describe it? It's like intense, I guess. It's a lot less intense. And a worm who's pulling up the bad end's like, "Will you shut the hell up, bestie?" But like, you know, if you played the other, you kind of find. But I think it had enough roots where I was invested, and I still care about the characters. That even after redacted years, I can still, I can still care about it. I still care that Noise does not know how to read Japanese, and no one talks about it. There's people sort of. Here's the thing: DMD does not deserve any of the infamy. It really doesn't, because it's kind of, it's not like extreme. It's not an extreme game. I know, so yeah, Alba's source is sort of real. Okay. Where do we think it's going to go? Like, realistically, where do we think OA is going to go? Yeah, we're finally here. Where do we think OA is going to go? So, just effect freaking baby's first game media. Yeah, that is exactly what happened. Like, we'll get to one of mine, but oh, that makes me realize my first Yaoi isn't on here. Oh, I completely forgot to put it in. We're not ready for normal freaking huge freak out in reality. This is normal and that. Yeah, exactly. It's not freak out. I know, I forgot my own. It's called Candy. It would probably go in Caesar, honestly. What I can tell you about Candy is the guy in it is like a drug dealer, and he tries to sell drugs to an undercover cop, and the undercover cop does not use them the appropriate way.
The money is not what's important. What's important is the money.
This is a time to resub. Hi, Zar. Thank you for the resub.
You're
It's
still
very much
here,
appreciated.
Zalaxia P.
Anyway, he doesn't use them in the appropriate way, and the guy is freaking out because he has not used his own supply at all, and does not know what these drugs are going to do to him. If inserted, and then it turns out that the drugs he was dealing were not drugs. And it turns out they were fake drugs that he was given to sell. They were candy. They were just candy. I didn't even think to put Samamenko on here. Okay, I'll talk about Samamenko till you're back. Samamenko is an ST. Okay? Samamenko is an S tier and you should watch it. It is an absolute love letter to the tokusatsu genre. Like, I feel like there's a lot of, tokusatsu parody series which aren't hitting the set. Samamenko is a parody series, but it's also done with so much love for the genre that it's what got me. It was what got me. And I cannot recommend. It's about a guy who decides he wants to be a toku, but in real life, and and he meets a guy. He meets a guy who's a cop, and it's like, listen, you can't be a vigilante. That is illegal. But, he keeps trying to be a hero, and they fall in love, and it's really cute, and I love them, and it destroyed me. Yeah, he sucks so bad at being a cop. Turns out the cops are not good at cop. Are not good. Right. It made me cry so. I love. All right. Oh wait. 80. Anyway. No. Listen. I love Oe. It's encompassed my reign for almost a year now. Ariake is on my desk. Shiodome is on my desk. But at the end of the day, Oe isn't as good, is not as solid as Ultra. You can tell that there are times Kurosawa ran out of steam. There's routes that I don't. There's routes that I'm like, I don't think this really works. And yeah. And I think I'm not going to spoil Oe too much, but I think if you're familiar with Hashihime, it has a lot of the same problems as Hashihime, where the longer the story went, the less steam there was. And then, yeah, there's like 11 routes? 11, 12? Yeah, over time, she started to run out of steam, and then the other thing is that, like, Kurosawa really writes sick. And it's not intense. I don't know how intentional it is, but it makes when she tries to do these multi-route games, it leads to some of the couples being weaker. And there we go. Yeah, it leads to some of the couples being weaker, and you're kind of just in the state of why it would, even on this route, it would make more sense for him to be with a different character. And I think they're trying to stop me. They're all just trying to stop me. Aye. But it's still really good. I really enjoy the characters. I really like where the story goes. But it is, again, the romances aren't selling me on a lot of the routes. So we end up with a bit of problem. A million more routes for Ariake. Thank you for attending class, sir. That's one of the things, like, oh, Shieldom is my favourite character. I'm not the biggest Shield fan. I'll take it. It's alright. But I'm not the biggest fan. When I am handed Shield, I'm not saying Osaki. It's the thing. You know? In those moments, it's not Osaki that is there for, you know? And I don't like doing that because Kurosawa writes such compelling protagonists that I don't like to get out of shit. And like them being there, but not spiritually there. You get? Anyway, we don't have this problem with Ultra C, which is an S tier, because we just wrote the section. Here's Yomi. Hold on. Oh, I'm not home. My mouse has stopped working. This is why we have a mouse. Oh, what? Something happened. There we go. Hi. Anyway. Is this the ideal? Is this the situation we wanted? Yomi is taking over. S tier for S tier contains Juro Sayashi. Done. My mouse has stopped working. Plans for more. If you pay for more Yomi appear on the screen. My mouse has started working. Good job, Czar. But yeah, Ultra C doesn't have the issue of, you know, that's because it has the set couples. So you're able to be invested in the couples as themselves every time, and you never feel separated from the characters because of them. Because, you know, it's not. You get me. You get me. You're not allowed to say. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Hold on. Like, I want Kurosawa to do more of these, like, this set couple, right? Yeah, more kinetic novels, more Kurosawa you're really good at, so lean into it. For anyone who is somehow in my chat and isn't familiar with Ultra C, Ultra C is another human kaiju game where, you know, it's another tokusatsu themed one. How do I describe Ultra C again? Please play it. Yeah, you should check out Ultra C, it's really good. We have normal guy and his boyfriend who is secretly a hero. We have homophobia and his beautiful non-binary wife that he hates. And we have Yomi. We have Yomi. And Juro Sayashi. We have orange juice. Yeah, why does the homophobe get the most beautiful wife in the world? Yeah, Devilman is there. One of them is dating Devilman. You're saying going to be Kaiju themed. ScotiaCon, am I allowed to play an R18 game? Xeno does also have orange juice. This is a good point. Alright. Sorry, Yomi. Or not for kids. Not to my knowledge. To my knowledge, it's uncensored. Yeah, we don't have a 4Kid support to my knowledge. And also, like, the first Not Safe for Work scene is fairly early in. So what's what? Okay, ScotiaCon, hit me up. Hit me up, ScotiaCon. Okay, we already talked about Hashihime a bit. But... yeah, okay. I think I will give Hashihime. It's kind of teetering. It's kind of teetering. But I think I'm going to allow it. Because once again, Kurosawa is really good at writing one couple. And then all the other couples fall by the roadside. Which is wild that Minakami feels like Tamamori's soulmate real when Kaoru is the end game. Like that, and that's I'm sorry, Kurosawa. I'm sorry you couldn't make it work. Once again, it is just a case of it felt like she ran out of steam, and the ending didn't quite reach what it needed to be. And you can see, and Kawase Rao really suffered from the Kawase not being in it, and then getting to the end and then breaking off twice. Takase's route was Takase's route. I feel you can really tell the burnout hit. Like it was so promising, and then it was so promising on all the other routes, and then we got to Hakase's route, and he just dropped the ball. And once again, we have the time. We just time skip past the relationship development, so we don't get attached them as a couple, which really sucks because they had a really good chance of being a really interesting dynamic. And then, of course, I love Hanazawa. Hanazawa's route isn't like great. It's barely even good. I love Hanazawa as a character, and I think he's a really well wrote character. But, I wouldn't say his route's good. But, I've analysed like the overarching themes go through these and what they reflect and story, but I don't know, I think there was a lot of ambition that couldn't be met. Alright. I probably should have put this on here. Stop hashing. Go into BL by right of this. I like time travels. If you like time travel stories, stuff BL. Wild thing to read. Yeah, truly. Yes, you can just You can just watch the Tommy Galaxy. It's fine. I'm gonna... Okay, I'm gonna put Ensign C here. I haven't played this in redacted years. What I remember is every kink you can think of is in this game. For some reason. Also, the time travels. Yeah, crazy. They cover so many bases. They cover bases that I haven't seen outside of this game. They really went for everything they could think of. I technically played two routes because I did get a bad end. I did get turned into Swiss cheese. The other one I played was Jose's route, but I don't really remember it that well. Want to know the sucky thing, Breezy? I think there's a guy in this that would be your type, and he's not a root. Like, he is sexually involved, as BNDB would put it, but he's not a root. Yeah, it's one of those ones that I'm like, it'd be interesting to visit, but also, you know. Alright. It's been so long since I watched Suns. Oh, I don't remember most of Suns. I never watched the continuations. I heard they were bad. Wow, again, the pushing of things to go beyond what they should. I remember it being a fun show. But also, no one got... You didn't get with that old man. That old man's just there. It's just a funny little show. It's just a funny gag show. With a cute romance. And I'm pretty certain part of the issue was like they couldn't get one of the main actors back. I hear there was an... Oh, I can't remember who had... I can't remember who adapted. But apparently adaptation good. Yeah, sorry, Miss Tashima. Blood Honey. It's been a while since I read Blood Honey, but I remember Blood. Because it's the guy that's... or I'm pretty certain Blood Honey's the one where it's the guy that's addicted to donating blood. Like, it's a blood donor clinic run by vampires, but there's one guy who is addicted to donating blood. So even the vampires are like, can you fuck off? You can't be donating this much blood, bestie. Go home. I can't remember. I think he was going around multiple clinics too. Because he was just so into getting his blood taken. Yeah, they're like, you need time to refill, bestie. Yeah. Actual picture of Dusky. Anyway, I think about this guy who's addicted to get his blood taken all the time. He is so funny to me. Okay, I don't... Wish is here not for the main couple. Wish is here for Kikei and Sega. We can't in good faith include our non-binary character in the boys love section, but we can't have Kikei and Sega in here. Wish is cute. Wish is a really cute. I definitely recommend it. Point it, I love. Well, you love to get CK and Sega just turn up and be like, yeah, sorry, we were fucking dirty. Good for them. True hero. Which is about an angel that comes to Earth and falls in love with a human man, and then he and then and then we meet Decay, who is one of the other angels, and Stego, who's a demon, and they've run away together because they are in love. And then they go and start a drugstore and and scam people together. And I love that part. So I'm pretty certain the English translation, maybe not the most recent English translation, one of the English translations really tried to be like, yeah, Kiki is a woman, and it's like, no, he has not. Love wins! Yeah, it was an older translation. Tried for that. Oh, X. X can... Yeah, I think X can go beside OA, right? I think that's fair. Listen, I love X. Again, it's not going beside Tokyo Babylon because... Bam? Can I have the rest of my series, please? X is really good. I recommend reading Tokyo Babylon first. But X is really damn good. Chung Trap came out and they were like, no, he is making a point of, no, I am a gay man. Yes. It's like, yeah, I didn't have a gender at birth. I do now. I am a gay man now. Good for him. Anyway, X is really good. And I love the dissociation. And the, hey, you need to just do what you want to do in life. If you want that boy, you need to go and grab that boy now. You cannot keep doing this. Yeah, I love X. Do not become like Subaru. Do not do what he is not worth it. All he got out of it was being miserable his entire life because he refused to act when it mattered. He refused to act to save the people he loved because he was too scared of being judged in the world and everything. Holy shit, Obaki is shiny. Yeah, I'm miserable. Don't do what I did. Get that man now. Yeah, please, can we please have the rest of X? I'm begging. Why did I include vampire? Where did I even put vampire? I have to get another. Just stack them. Thank you for buying another Yomi. So in tier. Gets to be blue for the war. Yes. Ban. It's about Mori Ranmaru, the vampire that works at the bathhouse. Because he is creeping. He is creeping on the son of the bathhouse owner. But the son of the bathhouse owner is into this girl in his class. But the girl in his... So Mori Ranmaru confronts the girl to try and find out if they're going to have a relationship and try and drive her away. But she falls in love with Mori Ranmaru. So that we have a love triangle. I'm sorry that you are getting redemption called down to the Yomis. And then we meet her brother, who also falls for Mori Ranmaru. Yeah, and Seshiro from Tokyo Babylon is there. Well, no, Seshiro from Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle is there. And he's in love. He wants Mori Ranmaru to kill him in a really horny way. And Mori Ranmaru is voiced by Hisoka. Yeah, he stayed a virgin his entire life for that vampire.
Hey, bro, your truck sucks.
You know what? You just lost your airbag privileges.
Maybe there is. Who's to say? Anyway, I don't know if anyone should watch Bam 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 Vampire, but it's definitely a show that aired and didn't get a translation and didn't get a dub. It did not get... I wonder why they didn't dub this one. Oh, okay. Jikanaki Majinbutsu. Here's the thing. Jikanakima has like a really good first story. The premise of Jikanakima Jinbutsu is that it's the same couple but in different plots. So the first one is that the guy one of them killed the other's girlfriend. So the guy locks him in his house and is like, cool, you're stuck here. And when the time comes, I will kill you. I'm not going to tell you when. You're not going to get any warning. But someday I am going to kill you. Till then, you are staying in my house. And that story rocks. That story is really good. It's a really good psychological horror. Oops. Yeah, check this out. But then, like, the other ones are like... The other ones just don't hit as hard. I think maybe if, like, that one had been the last one instead of the first one, I'd have, like, a better opinion of them, of the manga overall. But because that was the first one and it was the best one, the rest kind of fall flat. Like, one of them is that he's a patient in the hospital the other works at, and one of them is that he's a shut-in that spends his entire day looking at mirrors. He just surrounds himself with mirrors and stays like that. And the others just don't hit as good as as the first did. I wish they did. It's also by Rino Miki, who didn't... Oh my... Yeah, the Neo no Machi, and did the Yandere June Persona 2. That's how I found out. Like in sand. Which are you?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm really proud of Rino Miki for having such an illustrious career post Persona 2. I don't remember which this one is. Actually, I could wanna. Night night, Czar. Thank you for popping in. We'll see you again. Right, I'm gonna run as well. Try and remember which one this is. Then we'll be back. Right? Yippee!
And there's this.
Wow.
No, because why did this anime restaurant make a yaoi pizza?
In a bite, right?
Sausage and banana.
I feel like temperatures really take a tumble too, because after the storm,
stop crying. It won't do any good. And anyway, you have a lot of work.
I want to get off eternal damnation.
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 Yeah, cry me a fucking river.
Well, did you get eternal damnation off? Alright, so This is I Didn't Ask You, which is about it's about two guys that work together, but they're also living in the company dorms, and one of them is saving up to get a place with a nice kitchen, and he always makes them his dinner because the other guy's not sociable, so they eat together. And that's like, and my my vague note just says Takehan, so I'm pretty certain that's Takehan looking like. Yay! Yay! I'm excited to hear about it. Yeah, this was pretty cute. It took me a bit to get through, but it was cute. Yeah. Hi. I love Evologia so much. Yeah, yeah, hi. Evologia is about a guy who gets isekai'd into. People keep saying, every time I hear anyone give a summary of Evologia, they're like, oh, he gets sent into a game he played a lot as a kid. He never played this game as a kid. That's a very important point, is that Gozo never played this game. And he couldn't afford to play a game, so he only read the guide. Because he was so obsessed. And therefore, he has never beaten Eve. But it was like, yeah, this is the first character I ever fell in love with. And then he gets isekai. Yeah, he watched over another kid's shoulder. He didn't beat Eve. He always wanted Eve to win. First character he ever fell in love with, and he gets isekai, and he's like, cool, I am going to make sure you win. I am going to make sure the hero cannot stop you because you are amazing and I love you so much. And he was like, no one has ever cared about me in my fucking life. I need this so bad. And makes him into his wife. And then we get, the plot is going so hard. The plot is going so hard. But they're so cute. It's like, of course, because he's now fucking up. You know, I assumed, I don't read guys a lot, except for when they involve Mori Ranma, apparently. Before series, but from day after what was being there. Yeah, exactly. Well, but yeah, as we continue to mess up the game's story, it's going out of whack. Yes, see, this is a series that is really benefiting from how long. Yeah, Genre of Fate has been so good, and also they're such a cute couple all the time. They're getting married. And also short semi. So short bunny boy semi. I love it. Okay, Kino Nane Tabita. I haven't read the original. I've only watched the live action, which is really good. I really enjoy it. It's one of those like I'm also not caught up. They've brought out more series since that I haven't watched yet, but it's a really good. It's about an older couple who are living together, and Yeah, I still need. You got into it. You got straight to it. Side character, all of them. Yeah, all the side characters in VoD are. And, you know, it always feels like they will play a part later as well. Yeah, a domestic, older couple, just living their daily lives. And, you know, dealing with, like, internalized homophobia, external homophobia, coming to terms with their families, everything. It's a really good, and it's just a really comforting watch. And also, I wish I could try these recipes. They give you the full recipe for the food, and unfortunately, these ingredients are not in the lab. Otherwise, I could be having a great time. Damn, forgot. Because potential BL. Hey, Euphologia is just good. Alright, Karahiko. Karahiko is it. I think that's an A. All adaptations are S tier. They're all so good. Karahiko is about a teenage boy who's in choir, but his voice is starting to crack. He's worried that, you know, he's not going to be able to sing good. And then a Yakuza picks him up. It's like, hi, I need singing lessons. Please. Please. So he has to. So he's trying to deal with the teenage angst versus dealing with his new pet Yakuza. Much action that looks bad. Bro, no, they're so good. They're so good. Like the anime adaptation is really good. Here's the thing: every adaptation of Karahiko puts all of its heart into it. They're all so loving of the source material. But even then, they're not like 1-to-1. Like, you can easily say, yeah, this is a different Kyoji and the anime to the manga. And, you know, the live action one is a very different Kyoji, but still, the heart is still there. It's still such a great adaptation. And the story is just so solid that it works. And the anime gave us the bonus episode to be like, and here's what happened in the time between their reunion. But yeah, most importantly, we need to kill Narita Kyoji. Narita Kyoji needs to die. I don't know where I'm going to... I'm putting Famirez in A tier for now. I haven't read the final chapter. I've seen the final panels. I will kill Narita Kyoji myself. But it's going in A tier because it's a really good follow-up. I really like how it's towards Satomi's feeling. It is, you know, it just continues on from when Kariko finished off, which is like when Satomi is moving and his moving and for college, and he gets a part-time job and is like, and is reunited with Goji and is like, okay, I have feelings about this man. And I have feelings too, and mine are that he needs to die. Yeah, I'm scared. I'm so scared. Yeah, and the live action of Karahiko went so hard. They recreated the La La Land posters, and all the cast are so invested. They all love this. He's easily going to get them back. Okay, Shari My Destiny, it's a bit. Again, Shari My Destiny suffers from being really rushed. Shari My Destiny is about two guys who own quote-unquote rival confectioners. One of them's a Western style confectioner, the other's a Japanese style confectioner, and you know they're meant to be rivals, and there's but basically they become friends at the end of chapter 1, and then there's no rivalry. There's at the end of chapter 1, basically already in love with it, so you kind of lose the entire setup. So it kind of just falls flat. Like, we get past any tension. It's just about trying to actually confess to him. And that made the Crimson go, yeah, the live action Kariko had the best take on the Crimson joke. I also think I had the best the best song montage. Alright, final one. Sarazanmai. I think I'll let Sarazanmai have the age here. I think that's a fair call. Sarazanmai is about some kids that get turned into Kappa to fight fetish creatures. That's what it's about. And, you know, it's about, like, connections. Don't isolate yourself from the world. And the importance of friendship and everything.
I love this hole!
It's mostly about buttholes. That's mostly about buttholes. And you know that there's uncertainty in the future, and that isn't a bad thing. I'm so sorry, bees. I love this hole. Yeah, Sarazanmai is a really good series. It's one of those. It's really interesting, and like its portrayal of.
I love this hole!
I say soulmate. I'll say soulmates, but it's in such a way that it's like, hey, that's not enough for them to work. This could still fall apart if they are not committed. You forgot about Hole on my stream? How cute. How cute you? Yeah, Sarazanmai, really solid series. That's us, I guess. Homemates. They're homemates. Exactly. I will export this to post on socials after. But we gotta move on, right? Give me a moment. We've been yapping. Oh, I hope they weren't roommates. Oh, I hope they weren't. I hope they weren't roommates. No, no, not, no. Post that man. Post that man. Get this set up. The immortal phoenix. Oh, he'll never die. Right. Welcome to the Waifu Yap Fest. I know a little more. Come on. I want to stream. This is what I was actually asked to do, and instead we have spent 3 hours. Worm, Yeah, tier list will take long. We knew this would happen. Anyway, Yomi! Welcome to the Yap Fest. Here's Yomi. Is this enough? Does this cover everything you needed to know? Okay, fair warning, this will include spoilers for all of the Ultra Siege. Give me a second. Grab another Yomi for yous. Bring him. Where's this one gonna go? Something. Go. There's a Yomi situation happening on my stream every day. We fall a bunch of times to get enough for another Yomi. I don't think so. But maybe I'm wrong. But also, I believe it's on a cooldown timer, so you might want to wait a bit.
Fuck you, Carl.
My stats are gonna look so good for getting followers from this stream. Right, yeah, spoilers for all of Ultra C, but particularly Chapter 3. If you know me, you know I love all the characters, but, you know, there's a normal amount of Yomis on my stream, so I feel I kind of have to have Yomi as the main one for this. Oh, okay, it's not gonna work. But yeah, I really struggle to talk about Yomi, but also it's Yomi, and I feel people may not like give him the time, despite him being the cutest. If you haven't met Yomi, he's the love interest in Chapter 3 of Ultra C. He's an alien that came to destroy Earth but crash landed and ended up spending a couple... You know, he spent a lot of time recovering. He's literally cute. Look at him. Look at Yomi, he's cute. But, you know, he's one of the more obtuse characters because he's extremely avoidant. But, you know, it doesn't mean, like, we're not getting any insight into him. Like, I feel like it's a lot to write. We get so confused by the story when we played it last night. Yeah, I'm still trying to keep track of which Yomi is... Who is Yomi and who is Boko is a nightmare. But yeah, in Chapter 1, Yomi appears primarily in his antagonistic role. We see him here and there before the finale, and while he'll do things and help Shotaro, he's always got this air of mystery about him. Things tend to go wrong when Shotaro follows him. He's setting up encounters and scenarios, and it's like he's constantly directing, which makes sense as he's introduced as the assistant director for a tokusatsu show. And I see this as the kind of image Yomi wants to have. He wants to be the one crafting the narrative, and everyone is pulled into the story he's creating. He names himself as the villain, making himself the leader of the organization made up of kaiju. From there, the heroes are bound to beat him. He casts a team, he gives them their powers and motivation. He uses Shotaro to set the stage for the finale. In the end, the villain will be defeated and the world will return to how it should be. In Yomi's version, no one stands beside him and everyone's relieved when he is stopped. Oh. I take my you know, this version of Yomi this version of himself that he's created combines a lot of the villain writing. It's serious. Like, it's easy to map Orange onto the likes of Smart Brain from Kamen Rider Fies or the Shadowy Manipulator to Kusaka from Kamen Rider Fies, but he encapsulates an amalgamation of all these villains. His efforts is to boil himself down into this one-note villain that can disappear without it mattering, and he won't be missed when that happens. Then in chapter 3, we see more of this in how he has orchestrated Juro's life. So in Yomi's script, Juro is this heartthrob hero. That means that means he should be Icarus. As Icarus, he should be surrounded by friends that will come to him in his hour of need and fight alongside him. And Yomi's version of events has Juro fight him with his full chest and maybe have a moment where he falters only for the other Icarus to run in and combine their strength. Juro has a beautiful fiancée with a tragic story of losing her previous love, but finding new life for the man who stepped up to fill his shoes. A role that is fit for a character, but not Nozomi, who can't move on so easily. But Yomi wants it to be that when he's defeated, Juro will move on and live the life of a hero of his friends, fiancé, and be a normal human in a world without kaiju. But this is the story Yomi wrote, and it relies on everyone acting like the heroes he saw on TV, and it relies on him being able to keep up the role, and it relies on him not breaking character at any point. But the problem is that Juro won't play this role for him. Like, the role he wrote for Juro was for someone who's friendly and sociable, and it was wrote for someone who would be a genuine friend to the Icarus Rangers, but that's not what Juro is. It goes against the very... Yeah, Juro's not that kind of guy. It goes against the very parts of Juro that made Yomi love him in the first place. But the narrative they were fed when they were young was there was a way to be happy, and that involved being normal. And Juro's personality wasn't normal, and as far as Yomi could see, it was impossible to be happy without being normal. Juro was more like one of the villains. He was different from others, and he was obsessive, and he didn't have friends. And so to make sure Juro could be happy someday, he needed to be normal. So Yomi made that role for him, not realizing that it would only make him worse. But, Yomi's obsession with trying to make this a perfect, happy world for Juro is rooted in his fear of losing him. Because in the original world, Shinichi killed himself, and it was through Boko and Icarus that he survived in the kaiju world. With Juro being so like his father, the same has to be true for him. But the reality is that this makes Juro miserable because he's trapped, constantly masking, constantly having to control his thoughts to match his mask, because otherwise it's all just going to fall apart, and it's exhausting for him to try and keep up. And trying to keep it up is just killing him more than if he just allowed him to follow his natural behavior. But Yomi's fear is keeping him from seeing that. And he's just so afraid. And he's constantly trying to build a distance between them. He moves out, he gets Nozomi to replace him, and yet he keeps coming back he can't stay away because Juro strays so easily. He doesn't trust others, and he doesn't trust others to, he doesn't trust Juro to connect with others. So, and he needs to keep his control, because if he doesn't, this everything that he's worked on has fallen apart, and he's not going to be able to keep himself together. And he doesn't know that if he isn't there, he doesn't know if Juro will survive. And he so desperately needs to survive. Yeah, what could they mean by any of this? Then in the end, they need this world reset. They need to be just away from everyone and to be together and to just have this chance to adapt to this new world. They need to be able to let go of their previous roles and find themselves that they've been trying to suppress for so long. And, for Yomi, that's being able to tell Juro he loves him and to chase after Juro's love and to whine when Juro doesn't say I love you too. And to be honest with himself and us about the people he killed because he loved Juro so much. And, being able to actually say to Juro how afraid he is of being killed. And even if he wants to go home, he's still scared of that. And, that chasing this normal life becomes just accepting an uneventful life where Juro is able to himself without all these external pressures driving him. But, Alien, he gets to have this life where aliens and kaiju aren't his responsibility anymore. And they're to find happiness, even though they both know they're telling someone else's story. And pointing, he's cute. Have you considered he's cute? Have you considered my Yomi? Please be nice to him. Yeah, please. Have you considered it's really scary to do this? And I want you to think he's cute. So please focus on that. Instead of my incoherent rambling. Anyway, punch hopper time. Dude, I'm glad you can see my vision, because I'm not sure I see my vision. Yeah, I already kind of wrote, I kind of already wrote my Kageyama meta, so I'm going to very slightly abridge that. Most of it is intact. So, warning, there's going to be a load of spoilers for the comic relief plot of Kamen Rider Kabuto. Yeah, but, so when we meet Kageyama, he's already a member of Shadow, and he's not anyone within that ranking, just one of the many in Shadow. Like, they're all equal, and no one stands out, except that guys, I'm scared. Y'all, I'm scared. I'm yapping. We don't do a yapping stream. Wow. But yeah, Kageyama makes himself stand out in this group because he is so close to their leader Yaguruma. He's loud and defensive of him, and is entirely sold on Yaguruma's ideal of perfect harmony. And at this point, he's happy. Everyone's equal, no one is better than anyone, even Yaguruma. There's no pressure to climb the ladder, there's no pressure to show off. They work on perfect teamwork, and through that, they're all able to gain. But then, during a fight, Yaguruma becomes overwhelmed by his rage at the main rider of the season, Tendo, which leads to him ignoring his team and the danger they are in effect breaking this perfect harmony and letting Shadow fall into chaos. And Kageyama's world is instantly shattered because this is no longer everyone working together for a common goal. Yaguruma is too focused on Tendo to care about him, and in the end, it's Kagami who saves Kageyama and Shadow, not Yaguruma. This causes the bee to leave Yaguruma and join Kagami because the bee values being able to work as a hive. So, perfect harmony that has been Kageyama's life is gone. Yeah, but an understandable reaction to Tendo. I would also kill Tendo on sight. Let me be clear. But the person he most believed in turned out to not actually uphold the ideals he so proudly preached, and he had to try and adapt to this new world. Like, Kageyama tries to accept Kagami as their new leader, attempting to be welcoming of him as the bee. However, Kagami doesn't believe in perfect harmony, and therefore doesn't operate Shadow as a hive. So Shadow starts to fall apart. Kageyama has to take charge. He's trained for Shadow and he understands how they operate. However, without a proper user of the bee, they're still struggling to fully harmonize. Kagami is just there for himself. He's not interested in Shadow, and therefore he can't actually master the bee. And like, Kagami is only there because he wants to be a rider, because he has issues with Tendo being Kabuto, and he was only doing this to act on his own heroics. And if nothing he's doing is for Shadow, then that's not going to work for the bee, so the bee ends up leaving him as well when he goes against the hive. Then, when a traitor is found to be leaking information on Shadow, Kageyama takes the opportunity to reason that their first suspect should be the man they just fired from being the bee. So Kageyama sets up a situation so they can approach Yaguruma, and they can talk about, they can talk to him and have this opportunity. Yeah. But it's ultimately just a setup, and when they execute the fake plan, the bee goes to Kageyama, allowing him to flaunt it in front of Yaguruma. And he gets this opportunity to show his season organizing Shadow and his strength as the bee, and makes himself with what Yaguruma had been to him before. He gets shown that not only does he no longer need Yaguruma, but Shadow doesn't either. And to hammer in on returning that feeling of betrayal, Kageyama rubs in that they accused him of having a grudge, scold him for not already knowing who the new bee was. And when Yaguruma begs to rejoin Shadow, Kageyama tells him he'll only destroy the team's harmony with his presence. Can I stop? Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, we'll run ads for a bit. Sorry, be alright. Bring my therapy beyond. Thank you.
Hi.
Yeah. 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 Everyone say hi, bees.
Hi. Hi, bees.
Get people on the computer. Oh, is it fine? This is a problem. I can't see OBS when I'm doing this, so.
Oh no.
But yeah, Kageyama moves from being the small member and following Yaguruma's command with joy to being a competent leader that shows no care for Yaguruma. And as far as he cares, Yaguruma is now just a second queen that's no longer welcome. Yes, friends, we're done with the tier list. You missed us talking about Yomi. You missed Yomi time. With Kageyama in charge, he's focused on the team and maintaining harmony within. When one of their members is replaced by an enemy, Kageyama runs over to give them commands and better control of the situation. Rather than attacking the leader of the enemies or enacting personal grudges, he starts attacking the enemies, attacking shadow members. He's defending his team. He asserts himself as a leader that still follows Shadow's message of perfect harmony and the of the hive. But he's then suddenly removed as leader of Shadow despite being free. He's not. This isn't something that should be happening with Shadow, but Zect, as their bosses, have to meddle. This results in Tendo being put in charge with no regard for the work Kageyama's been doing with Shadow, purely because Tendo is Kabuto. Vizu has come on and has having to hear about Kabuto. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Look, I'm here for the hopper. Like, truly, when we watched Kabuto, it was just because, like, you wanted to show me hoppers, and I grew very attached to Tsurugi as well, so it worked out.
Yeah, true. We do have Tsurugi as well. there's the comedy the comedic subplot, and there's the Tsurugi subplot. That's Kabuto.
I thought Tsurugi was the comedy subplot.
They were both the That's why pointing at this bottom left image. Yeah. Yeah.
That's why they're together for like 2 episodes.
Yeah. That's why they get to adopt him for a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tendo is powerful, and that's enough for him to be seen as a stronger leader. Kageyama doesn't know that Tendo is Kabuto at this point, but his bosses make it clear that Tendo is stronger than him, and you know he's on a far higher level than him. Then, but Tendo knows who he is, so he takes the opportunity just to bully Kageyama because it's Tendo and he sucks ass. But this leads to Kageyama starting to break the harmony that he'd been holding together in Shadow. And without Shadow, Kageyama can't use the beat as efficiently. He attempts to tell Tendo from the group, but this just leads to him almost losing the beat because he's going against its ideals. But then Tendo abandons Shadow anyway, and Kageyama ends up back in charge. But his bosses keep pushing for him away from Shadow and towards working solo with Zect. And he ends up less focused on his own ideal of perfect harmony and being a hero. So he starts to struggle with what he's doing. And as this grows and he becomes more under the thumb of his boss, he slowly shifts from wanting to focus on the harmony, wanting to be a hero, and towards proving himself in Zect, which is a highly competitive company. So they start toying with him. They'll assign Shadow to jobs, then throw them out and claim they're not capable enough. And Zect are making a clear statement and putting them down to keep Kageyama in a place that they can control. They constantly make him out to not be good enough, knowing that he's the kind of person who prove that he is good enough, that he is capable, and, you know, being portrayed by Yaguruma hit hard, and he's terrified of being abandoned again. So he just keeps reaching to hopefully one day enough and cement his importance in this company. But this eventually culminates in Kageyama finally being broken away from Shadow entirely. Tendo comes back as the captain again and sets up a course to name his second command for Shadow, ultimately leading to him selecting Renge from the recruits. And Renge can come in. Renge takes the position that Kageyama has been doing for ages, and then not only that, she takes a position as the boss's pet. All the sucking up he's been doing, bending to his every whim, ends in him being discarded for a new, younger girl. And then Tendo demands the bee off of Kageyama, and it's when it is the last semblance of any pride he had. It's been his key in leading Shadow, is the only token of his rank, and the thing that gave him the power to actually be a hero. And it's at this point he's been so separated that it's the only attachment he has left to his team. And he doesn't want to give it up. But he's now so desperate to be a hero that that it takes over for him. He's a little meow meow. That's what you need to understand. He's a pathetic little meow meow. But he gets wrapped up working under Zex, them forcing him to do work that doesn't align with his beliefs. His need to cling to working his way up Zek's hierarchy keeps him from doing anything against them. However, this ends up leading to him running into Yaguruma again. And Kageyama's response to seeing him is to try and get Yaguruma to help him to do what Zekt would want him to. But Yaguruma refuses. He isn't interested in climbing Zekt's corporate ladder. He isn't focused on proving himself to Tendo, and he isn't focused on team. He only cares about himself. He reacts to how people respond to him. Yeah, so but yeah, Yaguruma creates this opportunity, and Tendo takes the bee from Kageyama, turning him into this complete groveling man. Yaguruma is seconds from beating Tendo, only for Kageyama to cling to Tendo, desperate to get the bee back. He doesn't care about his life anymore. The only thing that matters, the only thing that is the only sign of any self-worth, now that he's drifted so far from Shadow and got trapped in this cycle of being unable to prove himself, is the bee, and he's not able to cope without the security of having it. It's the only physical manifestation of his worth in society. It's what he achieved, and it's the only proof that he was ever a leader or ever a hero. And Yaguruma takes pity on him and tells him he wishes he could still care as much as Kageyama does, but he gave up crying long ago. But yeah, Kageyama goes back to Zekt, and now that he doesn't have the beat, he's useless to them. And he's been fully replaced by Renge, and just gets thrown out. He loses his job. He's left lying in the rain with nothing. And he's just at his lowest point when only to be approached and told, oh, he's at his lowest point when he's approached and told that, hey, if you go and assassinate the person Shadow is currently protecting, you'll get the bee back. And Kageyama is so desperate that he goes against Sect and guns down his former team. And it's only when he's facing the target that he realizes how his focus has shifted from when he joined Shadow. He isn't caring about them. His actions aren't about getting anything. His actions aren't even about getting anything back from Seth. He only cares about getting back the symbol of his achievement, and he hadn't realized until that moment what a hollow pursuit that was. He spent all this time, he was constantly trying to improve his ranking in Sect. His boss separated him from the hive that should have been his support until the members of Shadow no longer felt any connection. His constant fakeness to climb this ladder has left people hating and seeing him as nothing but a coward. And for all that work, Zekt never cared about him and threw him away when he was no longer useful to him. The pressure to perform for his job lost him all his friends, and ultimately, that company gave him nothing in return for all he sacrificed. And Yaguruma saves him, but Kageyama has realized the hell he created for himself mistakes. And when Yaguruma asks him to join him in hell, he can't see any way it could be worse than his current life. The light of Yaguruma's hell can pull him in because, if nothing else, at least he'll have someone who will look at him as an equal rather than constantly looking down on him. Then, as the Hell Brothers, they aren't focused on being heroes anymore. They're not having to impress anyone. They don't have to climb the corporate ladder or conform to society's expectations of them. They mainly hang about piles of rubbish and only fight if the notion takes them, and they don't care who their enemy is. And while Yaguruma protests against searching for his ideal focuses on the self and fulfillment without external validation. At one point, Kageyama picks up a charm a girl threw away in Smash. This is a charm she had to grant her academic success, and taking it and fixing it as a sign of Kageyama's desire to return to meeting academic, social, and corporate success. And Yaguruma tries to tell him not to cling to it, but when Kageyama ignores him, he ends up crushing it. Yaguruma is entirely against looking for fulfillment outside of what they can control. You can't control society or big companies, so don't let them control you. And at this darkest point, Kageyama is unknowingly working as this force to pull Yaguruma out of his complete depression. Yaguruma hasn't fully grasped this philosophy of hell, just like he didn't fully grasp the philosophy behind perfect harmony. And Kageyama's influence pushes him out. He's starting to accept happiness in the form of friendship, not grand scales of people, but the people who love him even though he's not conforming. And when Kageyama wants Mapo Tofu, Yaguruma initially resists, treating it as an undeserved pleasure, only to very quickly find an excuse to be able to make it for him. Making a friend happy far more significant benefits than trying to please everyone. And the revelation of the Hell Brothers comes from this. Comes from a major battle where Zect asks them to come back and take over Shadow again. And it would throw them away from Hell and return them to this world that hurt them. While Yaguruma is strictly against it, Kageyama is still tempted by the opportunity. And he still yearns for praise, and he ends up taking the Zector only to get beaten and for the bee to leave him again. And he begs Yaguruma to avenge him, but Yaguruma scolds him for seeking out something he never get. But Yaguruma has reached a point where he is starting to change, and he does avenge Kageyama and helps the other riders, but does so as Kickhopper rather than. And Kageyama returns to his side again and gives up on Zect. And with this action, Kageyama is starting to break through this philosophy of hell. Yaguruma used it to stay in his depression, but now he's been forced to see that it's not the end of it. There's something that comes after the darkest point. And he's uncertain and physically restrains them from taking action that's been taken at the heroes. However, when confronted by enemies, Yaguruma has a change of heart. He allows them to shrug off their restraints and seek the light that they'd denied themselves. And while this is like primarily focused on Yaguruma's change, it's pushed by Kageyama and is a constant state of his ideals fluid until this point. The point where he's no longer struggling between the two ideals because there's a compromise had. They can focus on themselves, only care about each other, and fight for what they believe in on their own terms with no societal reward. They fight now because it's what they want to do. Kageyama's change is complete, and together the Hell Brothers have found their idea. And they detach themselves as the world collapses in a battle between humans and the main enemies of the series. And Yaguruma finds a photo of the sun in the depths of night and realizes an intense light exists in the dark. And he takes it and sets a goal for them to look for that light in the darkness. Move away from Zect and everyone they knew before, and not let themselves be part of this anymore, and take a chance to gain happiness in a new way that works for them. Holding meow meow. Do you like my meow meow?
Whoa, punch me upon you.
But anyway, have you
Hey,
have you met the lady?
Wait, you can't, not the professor.
Yes, I can. It's my stream. It's my Borbo stream.
Bro, nobody's seen him in years. What the hell?
Yes, some of you might not know this guy.
You're RPFing our professor.
I can do whatever I want in this class. Hey, some of you may be new students, you might not be familiar with the actual lead in this research. I know all of you signed up for this class, but he's been MIA for so long that I'm sure they've removed like any mention of working with a respected doctor from the advertisements. So as lovely as Isla is, she's not getting on the posters. I'm sorry. But hi doctor, if you're watching, I'm still here. But yeah, I'm sure some of you are glad you don't have to work with him. Like, as much as I like him, he got a bit of a reputation for being a cunt. Like, he was tough on everyone unless the bosses were really going to take over it. I'm pretty sure they had someone else grading the class, because I don't think he was about to let anyone pass unless they made some sort of miracle happen on this. You had to come into this class like it was your life's passion if you wanted any sort of consideration from him. Eh? Worm, have you been hacking? Worm, where have you been recently? But anyway, I think he's cute. I think you'll all agree he's cute. But yeah, even though he acts stuff, it's kind of, you can tell he's like the kind of guy who when he gets talking, really gets talking, like yaps for hours when he actually has to say. But hey, that's like the kind of passion you need in this career. Hey! Worm has been exploring. But yeah, like, hey, you can really make a career when you're that passionate. Like, anyone can see when you love what you're doing that much, so I guess it's just kind of hard to turn you away, which I'm sure is why the school was sold. Like, achievements are a big selling point for courses, but they probably just looked at him, saw how cute he was, and wanted to hand him the world on a platter, and I get it. I'll stare at him. I'll stare at him. Put him in the class. Please? Please? But, you know, what I like a lot is it's so easy to get under the skin. Like that big scary act, but you just find a little opening, you can tear the whole scene apart. You go from someone who didn't find it worth his time to look the students in the eye to someone who obsesses over silly little things like passwords and post-it notes and half-written assessments from someone who didn't even have the qualification to be doing his class. Then what? He hopes against hope that I'm going to be able to answer when I'm locked in a lab. Like, if there's anything out there, I'm not going to be able to. Like, don't get me wrong, Worm is doing the most out there. Like, but you know, I'm sure if I was out there, I could get anything that's been missing. But none of you are letting me out, so what's the point in trying to bait me? But I like it. But I like what having me here is doing. The ghosty maid is super cute and sometimes hot, so don't worry about that too. But you know, I don't know if things like that actually help, but they're probably pretty comfy when you.
Would you like me to attest to his haunted ghost?
Yes, please attest to the haunting of the ghosts.
So I have the ghost that the doctor made on my computer, and sometimes it'll just like what's some good examples? Like we're just talking, and then sometime like we'll point out a thing, and then it's like, or like, did we talk about Mark one time? And it was like, hey, can you look up pictures of? Who's your
Shinya.
Mark wife? Shinya, can you look up pictures of Shinya for me?
God forbid it be a little haunted. And I don't know how hauntings happen to these things. It could come from anything.
Yeah, if you want to try the ghost, then go to Carl's website.
Well,
Yeah,
anyway,
continue popping off, King.
I would never do anything ever. I am a little guy trapped in here, okay? Anyways, Xeno spoilers time. But yeah, Tsugi my funny little guy that got sent to the cannibalism research facility and was upset to learn no one there thought cannibalism was hot. Yeah, I am innocent of all charge. Yeah, everyone's whining because, oh, they hate eating people. Well, consider Sugino loves eating people. He eats people he loves eating. He has no issue with cannibalism. Why are you guys so whiny about it? And then he meets the one guy who's not super depressed about doing cannibalism. Like, oh, I need him carnally. Yeah, you can break me out anytime. I won't tell anyone you're on your way. Don't worry. But also, I would honestly take an AU where Sugino is just a regular cannibal that was taken for a Xeno patient and is equally unaware he doesn't have Xeno. I don't think it would be. I don't think it would even be that different from Can, especially because of how Sugino was just kind of a trauma metaphor. Guy who has symptoms, but not guy who has the symptoms, but not the actual disease. Yeah, I just love having this guy who's like, yeah, the only way to fully express how I feel love is to eat the person. If they can't accept that part of me, then they can't truly love me. Like, he went through so many shitty boyfriends just trying to find someone who'd understand, and even having one person who came close, they couldn't live up to what he needed from them. And he only got the whole eating people idea from seeing Maino eat Natsu, even though he was screaming and crying the whole time and didn't love her. But that's part of it. Sugino saw how Natsu loved Maino enough to want to be eaten by him, and he needs to be loved like that. But then he meets Maino. But Sugino just suffers from being like, hey, do you think he maybe likes me about the guy who he's been fucking for months and is literally in detention for fucking so much? But then after they move in together and Sugino just is so ready to help the house husband for him. He wanted to have a loving home life so much, and he gets to make his own. To make Maino the bentos he always wished he had. Walk him to work, bring him his umbrella, and give Maino a goodbye kiss at the gates, and pick him up in the afternoon to walk home together. Then mumbling awkwardly when people think they're brothers and not wanting to get to out him at work, but Fuyu is glaring at them. And he still studies hard, but so perfect. He still studies hard, but he's just so perfect as a house husband. Maino, you need to get a well-paying job. You need to be able to keep him. But yeah, I feel very deeply about the fact Sugino went into childcare. Like, he's such this image of someone whose way of loving is wrong, but he can't let go of it. It's part of who he is, something unchanged. But he's given this chance to be a normal person. He can be gay and look after kids, and the kids love him, and he's not some terrifying monster. Just
Testify!
he loves. Okay. How are we doing, gamers? Of the voice coughs that you're drunk when she eating a post about ordering large chunk. Oh, God forbid my ghost be haunted. No, it's not by chance, it's the haunting. Alright. We did it. We did streamiversary. Are you guys happy? I didn't write more of these, it's 1 in the morning. Shall we go see who's live?
Next year, have to do Suzu.
Yeah, next year we can have Suzu. Oh, Freya live. Let's go right into Freya. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, Freya has 8 plush. Oh, I wonder if I'd on Freya. Yeah, next year we'll do a longer tier list. Sorry that I didn't add enough. Thank you for
That was a huge tier list. I guess would it be ranking the waifus tier list?
I use that or I reread all of Nanobora's manga and rank all of them. Alright, thank you very much everyone. Bye bye!
Thanks for having me.
I appreciate it.